Okay, we'll be kicking off the meeting in about a minute. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming today on a beautiful Friday morning. We're going to call the commissioner meeting to order, and the first thing we'll do is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We're going to begin with the 25-year Employee Awards. Steve and I will be going to the podium.
All right, good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Fordor. So we are fortunate at the Game Commission to be blessed with some incredibly talented employees. And today we're going to recognize the most recent inductees to the 25-year club. So as I call your name, if you could come forward, we have a certificate and a pin for you. And then immediately following, as I give you the certificate, please head straight back out and we'll get some pictures. To start, from the North Central region, we have Sergeant Rodney Mee. Sergeant, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Here you go, and if you want to just head straight back out, we'll get a picture. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State Game Warden Harold Cole.
Congratulations. Thank you for your years of service.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Harold Malhorn.
Congratulations, Harold. Thank you for your service.
Congratulations, thank you. From the Southwest, Sergeant Brian Witherate.
Congratulations, buddy. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, thank you, sir. And Craig Keister. Craig not here? All right, we'll get Craig. To the South Central, Sergeant Darren David.
Congratulations, sir. Thanks for your service.
Where's your pen there? And Leonard Sittlinger.
Thank you for your service.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mark Wise. Mark, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Here you go. From the Southeast, Regional Director Pete Sussenbach.
Congratulations, Pete. Thank you for your service.
From the Bureau of Administrative Services, or I'm sorry, Bureau of Automated Technology, Terry Hoover.
Congratulations, Terry. Thank you for your service.
Terry, congratulations. Absolutely. It's okay. Terry has to be the nicest person in Harrisburg. Every time I walk by, no matter what, Terry's like, "Good morning, Steve." So, so from the nicest person in Harrisburg to Susan Young. Also one of the nicest people in here.
Congratulations, Susan. Thanks for
I
your
got cut
service.
off there, that's what. That's what it was. Thank you. Yeah. And last from the last Bureau, Wildlife Protection, I have Captain Jonathan Wyatt.
He's not here.
He's not in attendance, okay, we'll get. And then last is Lieutenant Colonel Mark Rakowski.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Mark, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about a round of applause for all the members of the 25-year club? Next, we have the Operation Game Thief Case of the Year Award with Bureau Director Jason Dukoski. Jason?
Thank you. The Pennsylvania Game Commission's Operation Game Thief Case of the Year Award was developed to recognize a game warden that utilizes information obtained through the Operation Game Thief program to investigate and apprehend subjects that participated in a wildlife crime that substantially impacts wildlife resources. The agency receives approximately 1,500 submissions each year through the Operation Game Thief program, making it one of the top 3 turn-in-a-poacher programs in the United States. Once a submission is received, it is reviewed by dispatchers and the Bureau of Wildlife Protection staff. The average time for a reception of the submission to the information being dispatched to the appropriate officer is approximately 20 minutes. The Operation Game Thief program is a successful, effective, and efficient program for the agency and reporting mechanism for the public to provide information to combat crimes against wildlife. So to introduce the 2023 Operation Game Thief Case of the Year Award, I'd like to introduce Northwest Regional Director Jesse Bish to the podium to read the nomination.
Thanks, Jason. So from our Northwest region, after receiving information via the Operation Game Thief, that an individual who lived in an adjoining district was targeting large bucks and killing them at night, State Game Warden Brundage obtained additional information from a caller identifying the specific areas that the individual was poaching. Working with neighboring officers, he encouraged saturation patrols in these areas. While working these areas, State Game Warden Cody Jones initiated a vehicle stop on the defendant's vehicle at 0300 hours. State Game Warden Brundage responded and found evidence consistent with poaching inside the suspect's vehicle, to include a cocked crossbow with a flashlight attached, blood and hair evidence, and other evidence. An informant provided additional specific information tying the defendant to other wildlife crimes as well. The information that they provided, along with the physical evidence collected at the locations the poaching took place, led State Game Warden Brundage to apply for a search warrant for the defendant's home, garage, and vehicles. On February 6, 2023, State Game Warden Brundage led a team of State Game Wardens and Deputy State Game Wardens to the defendant's residence and safely executed the search warrant. During the seizure of search, numerous pieces of evidence relating to the unlawful taking of game and wildlife were seized, to include the defendant's cell phone and tablet. Working with the Pennsylvania State Police, he obtained additional evidence from the defendant's phone. After finalizing this investigation, he filed the following charges: 5 felonies of the 3rd degree for the unlawful taking or possession of big game, 8 misdemeanor charges for the unlawful taking and possession of big game, and 23 additional summary charges for unlawful taking game or wildlife through the use of a motor vehicle, shooting across a public roadway, having his firearms loaded within his vehicle, and spotlighting while in possession of a crossbow, and possessing the hunting licenses of others. Right now, I'd like to introduce Northwest Region State Game Warden Tyler Brundage to the front to accept his award.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse. Okay.
All right, Mr. President, that concludes the award presentation.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Congratulations again to all the award winners. Thank you for coming. We're going to move into the staff presentations. The first item for staff presentation is the Wildlife Recovery Spectrum and Cave Bat Recovery Update. Greg Turner.
Thank you, Commissioners, Dr. Smith, and staff. As most of you know me,
Okay. Well, hopefully people were able to hear me a little bit there. So if we're lucky, we can jump in during the proactive phase, where the species is still relatively common. And it may only take a minor tweak or two in order to improve things for these species and see some effect. Proactive approaches, when we can jump in this early, is going to be the least costly and the most effective time to recover species. Then we have our reactive area where the species are in a bit of a more steep decline. And for the species in this situation, in this reactive recovery approach, we have to quickly mount not only some of the common techniques that we use to recover and improve habitat, but we're also juggling more issues, and as these numbers decline, some of these things that are typically more able to be dealt with become problematic as the species and the numbers go down. If you can imagine in a human health scenario, when we're in that proactive phase, it's kind of like going to the doctor and getting an exam and then hearing that you have some early risk factors to some heart health. And you can go in and make some lifestyle changes and do a little bit better. As you get into this reactive phase, it's as if we ignored those risk factors and went along, and now all of a sudden, we're going in and hearing that we need to have open heart surgery. And so while the science is there to say, yes, this may help your life and help you survive, the risks are greater, the costs are more expensive, and the recovery is certainly a lot longer. In the worst case scenario, we end up in the emergency room. And it is here where the species are basically up against the ropes, and we're trying to prevent complete loss from the state. In the emergency room is basically the place that we never want to be, but it is where we're going to find ourselves if we don't act at the earlier stages or we are unable to act at those earlier stages. So species obviously in the emergency room require a lot more attention. There's a higher risk of failure, and success is definitely not guaranteed. So it is either time to act at this point or time to admit failure. And actions in this case will be novel for the most part, and we'll be learning as we go. So in the human health scenario, this is kind of like our classic medical drama on TV, where the sirens are wailing, the patient is flatlining, and the doctors come running in, and there's this big scene in the emergency room, and then all of a sudden the doctor has to pull out some novel approach, and without that approach, everybody that's watching the program knows that viewer is going to the morgue. But they come along and they save that species and they bring it back. And so in a very simplistic point of view, to think about it though, the further along those species go down that line, the closer to the emergency room they get, the greater the cost it's going to be, the greater the risk, and the more effort it's going to take to bring those species back. And so that is sort of the case we had with bats and white nose syndrome, right? So we had this 99.9% decline which occurred, and when this all happened, we had no idea what was going on. We didn't know what the causative agent was, whether there were survivors, as far as the survivors, where they were even located. And so we had to start basically from scratch. And so one of the other factors with that too, as we got down there, is we didn't know the amount of time. We didn't have any time between different phases. So with some species like wood rats, we saw the decline occurring over decades. So we saw the declines in the early 80s, the 90s. As we got into the 2000s, that decline just kind of kept persisting at a consistent pace. But with bats, we got slammed right into that emergency room, and we had to act right away. But with our key partnerships, persistence to working on the species, we built slowly with some successes. And as we did that, we are slowly pushing that species now back up that hill. We certainly have a long way to go, and the adaptive process will be continuing for sure for many, many years. But as a case in point, one of the first things that we discovered was that if we cooled sites down, we slowed down that progression of disease, and we attracted these survivors to that site. And this was all well and good. Things were going great. Over the first 5 years, we actually increased that site by 15 bats per year as an average. But what we had noticed was that the hot summer air kept getting in to those sites. And so we tried something simple, which is depicted, and we just tried to seal out that hot summer air from getting back into that site. We were able to effectively cool that site across summer an extra 5 degrees so that when bats returned, it was actually cooler. And what actually happened then following that was that we increased in population an average of 225 bats per year. So that was a huge increase by one little tiny minor tweak. And so the point being is that as we go along and as we adapt, we can keep learning and keep improving our successes. And so coming up next is Patty Barber, who's going to be talking to you about the goshawks and recovering another species that is in the emergency room.
I have a question. How did the bats get in and out when you sealed the cave?
We left, if you look, there's one hole in the dead center in the middle. And so this was the first year we ever tried this, first time anyone's ever tried this. And we didn't know how they would actually react to that hole. So we were very trepidatious the first year, and we actually removed it well before the bats would have returned. And so we didn't get quite the amount of cooling. Well, the site stayed cool until we pulled all of that down, but the hot summer heat hadn't broken yet, and so it was like 95 degrees outside, and instantaneously all that warm air blew in and warmed the site up. And so the next year, we came back. When we went to go tear that down, we noticed bats were actually going in and out already, and so we felt more comfortable to leave it up till the heat broke. And when that happened, then we could take it down, and we kept it much cooler that way. And clearly, having a couple hundred extra bats immigrate into this site, that little hole did not impede them much at all.
How many sites like this do we have around the state, and is there any, thoughts about expanding to other hibernaculas?
Yes, we have 5 other sites that we are currently working on. So when we're trying to adjust those internal temperatures, every one of these sites is really unique. And so some changes that we make take time to measure and then affect another change. So, some of these mines have millions of square feet of passage in them, and changes don't happen really readily. So, we take one step at a time. And so some of these take years to actually get to where we feel we want them to be. But right now we have 6 total sites that we've been working on and keep tweaking a little bit. And the goal eventually would be to have some in each area of the state to affect the most maximal recovery we can. Mm-hmm.
Greg, the presentation you did several years ago, you showed pictures of spraying the cave or the ceilings of caves. Is that an effective practice still as far as killing whatever the fungus or virus was there?
Yes. So that is polyethylene glycol 8000 or PEG 8000, which is a ubiquitous substance used all over worldwide. Miralax is essentially PEG 3500. It's put on every medication and vitamin. It's in grocery stores, in your toothpaste. It's in COVID vaccines. Wine industry uses it. So it's really, really ubiquitous, and it's totally non-biocidal. It's FDA approved for human consumption. And that being because the molecule is so huge, it can't get across cellular lines. But what that treatment does is effectively shut down the fungus from growing by making an environment of water stress. And so those spores just won't germinate. And the way that that really works with bats is the bats that come in early, they pick up the spores that have been encountered by the substance that we sprayed, and they just don't germinate. And it takes the time delay for males who are going to bounce from site to site, because these are wild bats doing what they do. So they're going to go visit other sites in the fall, and then they come in, and they're the last ones in. And then it takes time for that fungal spore to germinate, grow, slowly multiply and spread on that bat, and then it grows more, and then eventually there's enough spores to spread to the other bats. At that point, we're effectively halfway through hibernation, and it's a delay of exposure to the vast majority of bats. That's the premise of how that all works. And that has created at our original treatment site a 66% decline in how much disease the little brown bats get, which are our most impacted species, and they still get infected, but to me that is actually good because that allows them to keep developing that natural
Immunity.
resistance, but it gives us a leg up on having our most critical species or individuals survive, which is our juveniles, and recruiting them into the adult population, as well as our females, who are the earliest into hibernation and stay the longest. So they typically get more disease as the time goes on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Greg, is this something that's primarily on the eastern part of the United States? Have we seen any of this occur out in the west? I saw something that said like the state of Washington had one bat that showed signs of the white nose.
Yes, it is nationwide at this point.
Oh, it is nationwide?
Well, it's not in every state, but it's all the way out to the West Coast.
Okay.
Yes, so it's progressing. When we get into the Southwest, there's a bunch of bat species that don't hibernate and things like that, that they should be okay. As far as the Washington case goes, we actually showed a while ago that that likely came from Kentucky. There was an event at a particular state park where they have a gathering of cavers that come, and they usually get about like 10,000 cavers that come to this one particular site, and then it seems like that was potentially the way that it got out to Washington, because that was about a 2,000-mile leap.
So what can we do to help? Like I know in my neighborhood, a lot of the kids build like bat houses and so forth. Are we good with that, or is that something that we shouldn't do, or?
Oh, no, I think providing places for bats to go in the summer is a critical step. So we have our Appalachian Bat Count program and bat boxes out, and we've been doing this for decades. And when white nose came through, we had placed bat boxes in areas where maternity colonies already existed. And so when you get those large gatherings of bats, let's say in a bat box or in a barn, those are gatherings of adult females raising their young. So they're a critical part of recovery. And when white nose came through and wiped out bats, it turns out a lot of those bats kind of aggregated in very specific locations, and about 75 to 80% of those locations were our bat boxes that we had put out. And so that provided a good way for us to monitor that recovery that was occurring at those specific sites, but also affect treatments and help us implement research. And so combined all together, there's multiple factors why that's really valuable to our agency, and monitoring and showing that recovery is in fact kind of underway at this point. We've gone, I think, a little bit beyond the stability phase where we had, that massive quick decline, and we kind of stabilized for years. And because bats are so long-lived, we didn't know if what we had were just a bunch of adults that kept living, or whether a few of those were dying and a few juveniles were coming in. And now that we're seeing increases in both hibernation sites as well as maternity colonies like that, that gives us more confidence that we're indeed starting to see a little bit of recovery.
Well, I can tell you, I was sitting out over the July 4th weekend and had the pleasure of seeing a few flying around, which I haven't seen in quite some time. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for all that you're doing in the recovery.
Thank you.
Greg, how long do bats live?
So one of the oldest bats is about 40 years old.
Wow.
That's called a Brandt's myotis. The little brown myotis, which was our most common, bat in Pennsylvania. The longest lived one of those I know of was 36 years in the wild, and that was banded as an adult. So it was probably 37 to 40 as well. And there was a neat graphic that was put out with that bat was in Wisconsin specifically, and they showed with that bat, they had a graphic that was like since this bat's been born, it's eaten close to 38 million insects. It was around when the Berlin Wall came down, and it had all these key worldwide monumental things that have happened since that bat's been around. So, kind of
That's
neat.
amazing.
Yes.
Any other questions for Greg? Thank you, Greg,
right.
and thank you
Thank
for all you do. Appreciate the time. Okay, the next item is the American Goshawk recovery. Patty Barber.
All right. Let's see here. Hopefully we can adjust this so you can hear me all right. Does that seem to work? Excellent. Thank you for having me here today. I am here to give you a quick update on our goshawk work, how we got where we are, what appear to be the challenges facing goshawk right now in Pennsylvania, how we intend to test those ideas, and how that will be used to build a recovery framework for a sustainable goshawk population. Before I go too far, though, I want to mention the species split. In 2023, northern goshawk was split into American and Eurasian goshawk. It better reflects the plumage, behavior, and geographic differences in the species. And it's reflected in the regulatory change that you'll find on your agenda, reflects this taxonomic change. I hope that Greg's impressed upon you the fact that the overall benefits of proactively addressing population declines are real. By intervening early in populations, they're more resilient, recovery efforts are less expensive, and tend to be much more successful. Unfortunately, most species that we list as threatened and endangered are not in that part of the graph. They're much further down the population scale. An American goshawk is in the emergency room here in Pennsylvania. It's in bad enough shape that in the last 2 years, we've only had 2 nests. Last year, no nests were found across the state despite intensive efforts. This year, we did have 2 nests that almost, I want to knock on wood right now, but I can say are successful. The first nest the chick did fledge from, and the second nest, they're just about to fledge. So they're very close to being successful. But that would represent 3 chicks raised in the state this year. That said, I don't want you to lose hope. 3 raptor species that Pennsylvanians enjoy regularly now were in as bad a shape at the population crash that they went through. Peregrine falcon, osprey, and bald eagle are all relatively common now in the state. Again, if you go to the right places, you can get to see them. And it's because we identified the problems they were having, we addressed those problems, and then supported the population as they recovered. That's just what we want to do with American goshawk. For anyone that's not familiar with them, they are an apex predator of the forests of Pennsylvania. They're found primarily in the northern tier and at high elevations, and the counties that are highlighted here represent our most recent breeding records, or active territories. It's experienced a range contraction, by that I mean the geography, as well as a population decline, so the actual number of birds that we find in the state. In the 90s, we had about 200 pairs nesting in the state, and again in 2024, we had 2. And we do appear to be at the southern limit of the species now in the Northeast. I say that because western birds do move down the Rocky Mountains further south, but when we focus on the eastern part of the country. Now, without belaboring the challenges that goshawks face, we're taking steps to understand and address each of them. To have an effective recovery effort, we need to understand how each of these influences is affecting the population. Each challenge has its own difficulties, and they can seem unsurmountable, but we've been through similar things with other species in the past and come up with ways to compensate. Most likely, all of these reasons are playing a part in the decline, and my job is to address how big of an influence each is and how they interact with each other and use that information to protect the birds. One of the biggest challenges specifically associated with goshawks is that they're relatively shy and avoid people. These other raptors I've mentioned are less impressed with people, and certainly we can see them up close. An image like this, which is 2 young goshawks in Pennsylvania a few years ago, is something we almost never see right now. And in fact, that they avoid people makes it difficult just to get to the right habitat to monitor them properly. To take advantage of what we can, though, we use a series of surveys that make good use of our limited resources and focus those survey efforts where the birds have been found most recently, essentially using the birds as our indicator of the best places for them across the state. Now, what I'd like to do, though, is focus on how we've addressed these challenges, and, both in the short term and intend to do that moving forward. We've developed best management practices for goshawk, using that to buffer disturbances in currently active territories and minimize habitat degradation. These BMPs are living documents and are updated as we get new information to improve both their effectiveness as well as minimize their effects on the other conflicting activities that might be going on. We've monitored nest trees with camera traps and watched for terrestrial predators that might be trying to access nest sites. And we've even wrapped trees in sheathing to protect nests that are above those sites. I should mention, I'm not suggesting that predators are just the reason for a decline, but there's certainly a contribution. And when you have so few individuals on the landscape, everyone is critical to the population. And so that's why we're putting this extra effort into their protection. For the first time, we are vaccinating wild free-ranging birds. Vaccinating against West Nile, again, is not a cure for the population decline that we've seen in goshawks, but it should provide us with a bit of a buffer so that we have time to better understand this relationship between goshawks and West Nile virus and are able to prevent us from completely losing the birds in the state while we figure out what we can do and how to best protect them. We're also looking at low juvenile survivorship. This is a common problem for raptors in general, but again, with so few birds on the landscape, it's especially critical for goshawks right now. We deployed a telemetry unit on that fledgling that I told you that's out on the landscape today, and it's been specially modified to notify us if the chick dies, allowing us to quickly recover it and perform a necropsy. And looking at the body condition of the bird when it dies, as well as the actual causes of mortality, will help us to better try to compensate and improve the survivorship of young birds. Now, Pennsylvania isn't in this alone. This is a much bigger problem. It's a regional problem, and we'll need a regional solution to recover sorry, I almost said the wrong birds, to recover goshawks here in Pennsylvania. As I mentioned, they've disappeared as breeding birds, best we can tell, from Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland at this point, putting us at the southern edge of their range. This graph that's, or this image is really migration data, but it shows a completely different data set with the same trend, populations declining across the region. And that's actually especially disturbing when you have unrelated data sets that show the same trends. It suggests they're even more substantial than you might expect from one data set. Now, by taking this regional perspective, Pennsylvania will become a leader in preserving goshawks, not just in Pennsylvania, but in the Northeast, which can have a major effect on avoiding federal listing. We're not there yet, but we don't want things to get worse. The last thing we want is goshawks listed as a federally endangered species. Initiating part of this regional project will be bioregional monitoring, which will mean that we will go out and visit appropriate habitat in the 7 states from Maine to Virginia with historical nesting and get a better idea of where birds still exist, how the habitat changes from where they are and where they aren't. And it will be the foundation our recovery plan can be built on. In addition, we need to understand, I mentioned some of those things, the low young survivorship, nest predation, West Nile virus. We don't have a lot of birds left in Pennsylvania to do the more detailed studies that way, but by working with our partner states, we can benefit from the work they do in those states and then apply that to Pennsylvania, and our birds benefit directly from that work. And as we move forward and incorporate that information we learn, I want to remind everyone that the future is actually not as negative as it sounds. Again, we've had other birds and mammals in bad shape. We've made changes that were necessary and brought them back. And so I really feel like the future is as bright for goshawks as we're willing to make it. And my personal goal is to have goshawks for all the future generations for folks to enjoy here in Pennsylvania. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. I know that was lightning fast because I was trying to stay short for you.
Patty, I have a question. What's
Absolutely.
the range, the home range of a goshawk?
For an individual territory?
Yeah.
So it depends on the quality of the habitat. But when we think about around the breeding nest, I'll give you a little more specific answer. We can usually find a future nest. So if we went to a territory and we have the nest for the last 5 years, within 750 meters of a buffer around all those nests, we can usually find the next year's nest. They're foraging much further out on the landscape than that, to support their family and find enough food. But that's sort of in a narrow way. And of course, the better the habitat is, the tighter they stay, and the more area they have to cover to find enough prey, the larger that territory can be. After they nest, they wander pretty widely. They can cover a lot of miles and miles at that point.
And on the map that you showed, which was the state that was south of us? Where
Here, we'll just
they
go
were
back.
So that.
So we had breeding birds as far south as Virginia, in the Appalachians in Virginia. That was the furthest south pair that we knew of.
Okay. All right.
There were multiple birds in Maryland and in West Virginia previously.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Have the falconers been of any help in locating the nests for you? I know we had a conversation with them a while back, and
You bet. So the falconers located a nest for us before delisting. And since delisting, I apologize for not having time to go into details, but the ARUs, the automated recording units we use for some of our surveys, it's a unit that works like a trail camera but is for sounds. And they purchased one of those for us so that we could do more surveys. And so that's a huge help. Unfortunately, we've only located two newly active territories with all of our surveys that we've done, but it definitely helped. Am I taking questions from the audience?
Patty, why don't you go ahead and finish, and then questions, and then if you wanted to, do you have her invited?
No, I didn't have anything for that. I was just answering because he asked about PFHD.
Okay.
I wasn't sure.
Go ahead.
As far as I know, the PFHD was not asked to continue with sending information.
No, I believe in our meeting, we asked for any and all records. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any other questions for
Yeah,
Patty?
one more follow-up question. So I understand that we never want to federally list species, right? Because
We don't want them to get that bad.
we don't want them to get that bad. There's a number of, hands getting tied here, there, and everywhere. When you said that in 2023 we had 0 nests, and in 2024 we have 2,
Yes.
what are the criteria for federally listing if that doesn't meet federal listing criteria?
Well, I feel uncomfortable answering for Fish and Wildlife Service, but it's certainly, I think you would be hard pressed for the federal government to act on a single year's worth of data in a single state. There might be some exceptions to that, but by and large, they would want a much more structured data sets showing, those long-term declines. So for the most part right now in Pennsylvania, I mean, I can show you our numbers of what we found, but until we listed the species as endangered in the state, we couldn't justify putting a lot of effort into the surveys for that species. If we look at the breeding bird atlas data, which we only have 2 data points for now, there was a definite decline from the first atlas to the second atlas. And I think many people would argue that there should, if anything, the first atlas should have informed the second atlas, and the birders would have gotten out and tried to find those birds that were there before. Beyond that, goshawk is just rare enough, I think, that people didn't get too worked up when they didn't see the birds all the time, and they didn't recognize that they were actually becoming less and less common on the landscape. So I think it would take a concerted effort. Goshawk, the continental species, the whole population was reviewed a decade or so ago for potential listing, and they found there was not enough information yet to list. But they were primarily looking at the birds in the Rockies. They were not looking at eastern goshawk at that point.
So what's the population trend of this species in the northeastern United States? Do we know that? Do we not know that?
I know it very softly.
Okay, sure.
So it's a species of greatest concern. So it's showing declines. Different states are using different criteria for that. In all of the northeastern states except Maine. And Maine has actually just started a bigger project to try to better understand what's going on with their goshawks. They're not prepared to list them yet, but they are sensitive and think they might need to look at things. And I would say all these other states are sort of going, yeah, they're going the wrong direction.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions for Patty? Okay, thank you very much, Patty.
You bet.
Appreciate your time.
I'm going to pass this off to Sean Murphy, and he's going to give you some positive information so
Thank
you can
you.
be feeling better.
Sean's going to talk about the contribution to the eastern U.S. bird recovery. Sean?
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity, Commissioners, Executive Director Smith. See if we can get to the right slide. There we go. And thank you, Patty, for talking about the goshawk, and Greg kind of setting the stage for this one. This photo on my cover slide is a photo taken by Jake Dingle, PGC staff photographer, and it's worth noting because every beautiful photo in this presentation has his name on it, except the last one. So it's a special shout out for these wonderful photos. This spectacular shot is a scarlet tanager. This is the male in the foreground, and the female is found behind. This is a mature forest bird that nests high in canopy cover, something Pennsylvania has a lot of. In fact, 15% of the world's scarlet tanagers nest in the Commonwealth. That means every spring, 15% of this species makes a long journey from South and Central America up to Pennsylvania forests to grow more scarlet tanagers. No other state or province has more scarlet tanagers nesting than Pennsylvania. And like many bird species that we identify as common these days, you have a very good odds of seeing a scarlet tanager if you take a walk in older growth forest. Substantial declines have been documented. So although they're common, we have identified and documented declines in those species. So we return to this graph of population declines over time and reiterate the key to effective recovery is knowing when to intervene. The blue bar from my portion of the talk represents this taking proactive measures to keep our common species common. As I mentioned, many of our Pennsylvania bird species that we think of as common have shown declines. And so in these cases, proactive recovery is the most efficient way. It's has the greatest chance of success, and it's the least costly of these approaches. As Greg had mentioned earlier, at this stage, simple changes in habitat restoration, preservation can be all it takes to sustain these populations and provide better spaces for them. And I want to call particular attention to that first steep decline on this graph, because that's a steep decline that has been recently documented for all birds in North America. In 2019, a study analyzed all long-term bird data for all birds in North America and found that the continent has experienced a net loss of 3 billion birds over the course of those 50 years. The majority of these species are still considered common, but we have documented declines. And at the same time, the science has identified many of the primary threats to these species, factors like habitat loss, outdoor cats, and collisions with things like buildings and glass. And declines of birds, both common and rare species, in North America is well documented and threats have been identified. So what can the Pennsylvania Game Commission do to combat these challenges with these species and not allow these species to approach that reactive conservation effort or emergency room status? While the agency as a whole is empowering conservation, from active habitat management to applied research, the agency, along with its countless partners, are making Pennsylvania a much better place for our birds. Some examples are applying management practices to create better habitat, studying resource use to refine those management practices, identifying and reducing threats like building and window and glass collisions, and filling critical knowledge gaps in these birds' biology, which I'll talk a little bit more about, better understanding occupancy across our state. But how do we address these conservation actions for so many species? Species of greatest conservation need in the state of Pennsylvania, birds, there's 91 species. We have 200 breeding species, over 200 breeding species in Pennsylvania. And it's a big state, so how do we address it in an effective scale? Well, one way we do it, or I should say in general we do it, we engage and activate partners. And I'm going to speak about a partner that is pretty unique for the state of Pennsylvania, and that's the Pennsylvania birding community. It's a conservation partner with a shared passion for birds, a shared passion for conservation, as well as for the Commonwealth. In fact, recent surveys have estimated that there's 4.4 million birders in the state of Pennsylvania. That represents a third of our adult population. In other ways to put this, we could take all our Pennsylvania birders and fill 37 beaver stadiums. So how do we engage Pennsylvanians in bird conservation, not just have them be active and passionate about our mission, but how do we plug them in? Well, we ask for their help, and birders across the state contribute to several annual surveys, 5-year surveys that the agency typically spearheads. But beginning this year, they're helping us with a survey that's so large that it only comes along every 20 years. And that's the Pennsylvania Bird Atlas. The Bird Atlas is a statewide survey of all birds over the course of 5 years. Data collection is driven primarily by volunteers and across the state, and it will be collected from starting this year, 2024, and extend through 2029. A bird atlas is completed by dividing the state into nearly 5,000 3-square-mile blocks. So that figure represents how we chop up the state for surveys. Each block will be surveyed to best document known nesting species in those blocks to better understand occupancy and distribution of each species across the state of Pennsylvania. The Atlas is a massive community science project. It engages over 2,000 birders every time we take this on, with hundreds of thousands of hours of time committed by volunteers. And the results of these efforts are of great value to the Game Commission, because we will use these data to identify population trends. We'll identify at-risk species, which Patty mentioned. The first 2 atlases kind of keyed us into a goshawk decline. And we'll use it to prioritize important areas of the state for appropriate and effective management. As I alluded to, this is not the first atlas. This is our 3rd atlas. So the first atlas took place in 1983, and I brought some visual aids that I'm happy to pass around. This is the first atlas, 1983 to 1989. And I lost my dust jacket, but this is the 2nd atlas that ran from 2004 to 2009. 20 years later, that puts us at 2024, which is the first year of the 3rd atlas. So I bring us back to the scarlet tanager. Again, I can't say it enough. 15% of the global population of this bird comes to Pennsylvania to nest. We have a high responsibility for this species. We can determine the population trajectory of this population. 15% come here to make next year's scarlet tanagers. This map is generated from the 2nd atlas. They're captured in there for a vast majority of species, and this is basically a heat map of abundance of scarlet tanagers. So you can look at the state at a statewide scale and see where the hot spots are throughout our state for species that we have high stewardship responsibility for. Now, these maps are certainly at first glance, it's like, oh, these are fun and interesting to look at to see, like, where the changes are. Why would it be, you see those hot spots in the northern tier. You see the ridge and valley kind of light up. A bit of a dearth in the southeast. These maps are fun to look at, but they're also important for conservation because we identify the areas for protection for species of greatest conservation need. And it's also impactful because it influences our conservation prioritization, land management practices in these red zones, and even Atlas work will even influence the laws that govern and protect our bird species. So as I mentioned, 2024 was the start of the 3rd atlas. We are 6 months in, and how are we doing so far? Well, to no surprise, the birding community has delivered. Of those nearly 5,000 blocks, 86% have already had some data collected. Those 86% of blocks with data have shown up in 116,000 surveys that have been submitted by 1,830 volunteers, and we're only 6 months into a 5-year project. But there's an added complication to conservation of Pennsylvania's birds. Take this wood thrush, another mature forest bird that is ubiquitous to Penn's woods. This bird has shown pretty stark declines across the continent, and most tightly linked to forest fragmentation as its biggest threat. And Pennsylvania, in fact, is home to 8% of the world's wood thrush. So we lay claim to 8% of breeding wood thrush in the world. But this species only spends 3, maybe 4 months in Pennsylvania. The other months are spent migrating to and from a wintering location. This means that our efforts to conserve Pennsylvania birds does not solely include work within our state boundaries. Work in Pennsylvania on the breeding grounds goes a long way for these species, but it's imperative that we build partnerships beyond our borders and share in the stewardship of these species. And the Game Commission for more than a decade has been a state leader in identifying partners internationally in the wintering grounds for our species, building the connections with the birds, but also building them with the people, the stewards that share that passion. This is, as we continue with the wood thrush, this map was done in partnership with Southern Wings. The agency has supported research and habitat protection in wood thrush wintering grounds in Nicaragua. The map on the right illustrates movements from 10 wood thrush that the Game Commission sent funds to support a tagging project of 10 wood thrush at El Jaguar Preserve in Nicaragua. The project revealed that 4 of those 10 birds, so 40% of such a small sample, either passed through Pennsylvania on its northward migration or chose to nest in Pennsylvania. So more so, these tracking studies create a direct connection of those winter ground stewards with the breeding ground stewards, which will make a more efficient and effective conservation approach. More so, these tracking studies add to a collection of movement, like basically a library of movement information that's being gathered to help build these connections at a more hemispheric level. So I have an animation here that shows our data accompanied with other partners' data to show the movement of these birds from Central America on their way up to Eastern North America and then returning back to their winter grounds. And you can see that these birds are moving from these locations. So there's 3 to 4 months in the United States, spending the rest of the time in Central America. So recovery is complex. Proactive recovery is the most efficient path forward to protect wildlife. To be successful at a state level, a region level, or even a species level for some of these, we must continue to actively manage well, there goes the slides. I hit the wrong button. There we go. And we're back. We have to actively manage and continue to refine those practices, for those management practices, continue to identify and reduce threats, and forge our partnerships with stewards of these species, both here and abroad, as well as continue to engage and activate our birding community, particularly in Pennsylvania, where literally a third of our Commonwealth residents consider themselves birders. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and now or in the future.
Sean, I don't have a question. I just want to recognize the work that you and your team are doing. And with my peers here on the stage here, when I walk in a room, I'm sure they're looking at me and looking at my antlers and my obsession that I have with white-tailed deer, but I think it's grounded in birds. And I think most of us have seen the PA Game News that we received, and in my opinion, this is probably the most impressive cover that I've seen. I think the tanagers here, I'm actually having this framed and sent to a number of our other partners. But I want to say relative to that 4.4 million birders, and I know you and I and some of your team talked back earlier in the year at the Wildlife Diversity Forum, I think in State College. But the number of supporters that we're gaining as an agency, I know down in the Southeast in the Philly region, everywhere I go, I get a comment regarding a thanks to us for what we're doing with bird habitats. I mean, I'm carrying that flag, but I just want to recognize the great work that you all are doing, because we're gaining supporters, largely, at least down in our region, around what we're doing with our birds.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Pratt, I'm sorry.
I have a
Go ahead,
question.
Commissioner.
I hear a lot of different definitions, depends on who you ask, from your world as it relates to the forest birds like scarlet tanager and the wood thrush. Can you
can you give me a definition from your world of fragmentation? What constitutes forest fragmentation?
Well, much like the examples that our other speakers have provided, it is unique to each species. So fragmentation can mean something to different birds. So fragmentation, there's been studies to show that just a trail may result in a disturbance of a bird's suitability for that parcel of land. So it could be anything from a path, it could be to larger levels of fragmentation, what we think of land conversion, loss of habitat. So it's a difficult answer, or it's a difficult question to answer because it is a pretty wide-ranging continuum of...
So it's species specific?
Yes, yes.
The reason I ask the question is I think that the Pennsylvania Natural Heritage Program is working on a 5-year study to do exactly that in relation to all the energy corridors.
Yeah, so there has been a lot of work done, especially when Marcellus Shale first showed up, that to look at what that fragmentation and even just disturbance has caused for certain species of birds. And yeah, I am aware that the Heritage Program has been looking at that. I think it's a particular threat to be sensitive to for a lot of Penn's Woods. A lot of it is good forest. When we think about scarlet tanagers, they're canopy nesters, so they tend to like a closed canopy, whereas other species that are more tolerant of some gaps, like a wood thrush, kind of likes some gaps in its older forest. So they may be more tolerant to certain types of forest breakup. But yeah, it's a very, habitat loss and forest fragmentation is the utmost threat for a lot of these species.
Thank you.
Sure.
I was just going to echo Commissioner Pride on the cover of the Game News. That was very nice, very refreshing, and it
was a wonderful article.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, and with these atlases, I will say that every atlas, Pennsylvania has been known to kind of break the mold for atlases. The second atlas that has those heat maps was the first time an atlas collected robust enough data to build those maps and feel confident in the results of those maps. Now, any atlas you pick up from any other state has those types of maps. And this iteration, so it's like, how do we break the mold again? And with this third atlas, what we've asked our volunteers to do more structured point count surveys, so something that typically you pay a professional to do, but we have the confidence in our birding community that they'll be able to step up and do these surveys, which will supplement the data set, create a stronger data set. And secondly, we're going to, part of this atlas, if you notice, it's not called the Third Breeding Bird Atlas, because this atlas will include a winter count period as well, because we really don't know all that much about the distribution of our species, December, January, and February, in particular in those hard-to-get places in the state.
Great. Also, thank you for your graphic on the 4.4 million. There's fill up Beaver Stadium, I believe it was 37 or 38
yeah.
times. Well, the hunters fill it up 8 times. So the conservation community is beyond hunters, and those 4.4 million are very important to us to support conservation efforts and allow us to enjoy the wildlife that we have and allow us hunters to participate in a sport we love. So thank you.
You're welcome. I would totally agree.
Any other questions for Sean? Okay, thank you, Sean, for your time.
Thank you.
We're going to move into public comment. We have a few public comments, and then we're going to adjourn for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1. So with that, Steve, if you would want to announce the public comment participants. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we'll move to the public comment section now. When I call your name, I'll ask that you come to the podium, make your comments to the Board of Commissioners. Individuals have 5 minutes to give their comments. To keep everybody on track, the white light will come on around minute 4, and then the red light is minute 5. To start, we'll have Max Merrill.
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the ability to comment. I would like to, I don't know if I sent in some comments into the, through the portal, so I don't know if you have a picture of my comments or the letter that I sent in with all the maps. Do you have that? No, yes?
If you send it in through the public comment section, they would have received it. We provide those weekly to the board members, those comments as they came in. So at some point, they would have received it.
Okay, so I just want to know that I'm talking about the potential contract for L 3871 to purchase the game lands in Somerset County. This was an ancestral farm of my family's, which got sold out of the family, and now we still own 1,000 acres to the north of the property and 1,000 acres to the south, and you're looking to purchase 1,000 acres in the middle. And I just wanted to commend you on this purchase, and what you're purchasing is one of the best deer hunting properties in the state. My neighbors and I have been managing about 5,000 acres in that whole area, and we regularly produce harvests of deer over 150 class and above. So I have a few proposals for you to talk about how to make this project better. Because of the way the property is split up, I first am proposing a land swap between the Game Commission and my family to make your property a continuous property and a pristine property that has a lot of different artesian wells and more pristine habitats than logged forests as well. It would also make it a property that's more easily more manageable to patrol as well. Currently, the way your property is looking to lay out, it's all the property lines are on different hardscapes and steep slopes, you know, behind people's houses, including one of mine. So this land swap I'm proposing that I sent in the comments is I'm proposing to do a 700 acre to 1,000 acre land swap, so we're not cutting each other off, and it is more palatable proposal for all my neighbors and I. I also would like to propose, and I don't know if Pennsylvania does this, but to propose this property to be a draw hunt like other states do. This is probably one of the most secluded and wonderful pieces of property that's in Pennsylvania, and it's managed by my neighbors and I. Like I said, we have sort of a consortium, and we only harvest bucks over 120. So you have an amazing opportunity to do something very unique here in Pennsylvania, to do some sort of draw hunt or a bow-only area or something like that because of the quality of the whitetail and turkey and bear there currently. I know there's some, you know, just some concerns on other game lands of the quality of the deer, the number of the deer. Someone going into this new area, bow hunting on one of the edge of the fields or many of the hardwood ridges, will experience a number of sightings during the whitetail rut that will be unmistakable. So we currently manage 3,500 acres on our hunt club, and I have people from all over the world that come to hunt with us because of the quality of the deer that we have and the numbers of the deer that we have. And also in my proposal of the 700 acres to 1,000 acre swap, we would want to take over our old historical family home as well that used to be in our family, to take that manage away from the Game Commission, assuming you folks would probably bulldoze that or whatever. We would like to recoup that family home and restore it, and then of the 700 acres, you will not have to bulldoze all the giant deer stands that are there, the tower stands that are there. We would take management of that as well. Thank you for your time. I see that my 5 minutes is up.
All right, next up, we have Joe Shalito.
No questions? Okay.
Commissioners, Director Smith, Thank you again for letting me speak. I know you guys are probably getting sick and tired of seeing me up here, but I had some other questions, and luckily before I got started, I was able to see Northwest Director Bish and Ian. They answered some of my questions, and of course, Jesse said, "Go ahead and say what you were going to say." So it's the thing about Pontotoning. The good news is at Pontotoning we do have a building up. The people that work there, and for whatever the sign in, sign out, it's maybe going to be done by the start of the season, but we have a building up. That is a progress from who knows how many years. And as one of the guys told me, he said, it'll be nice to have the new building because every time it rains, I won't have to fill hole number 86 in the roof of that building that they used. I mean, that goes way back to, that was the same thing that Sickles used when they first opened up the Pontotoning, but they're going to have a new building, which is good. The only question that I do have there is that the commission purchased those new blinds. We've still got 5 that are sitting there on the ground, not put in. And that's over 2 years. When are we going to put them in? Why did you buy them if you're not ever intending to use them? It's already been cut. We've discussed this many times on the 3rd season. The blinds aren't open. The only answers that I can get, which I don't like, is that we're not going to hunt the 3rd season. I did talk to, and it could be a reflection of the population. It might not be. It's not, definitely not. But when you get the answers of, well, we can't get any work done, so we're not going to open the blinds, or we're tired of getting up at 4:30 in the morning to come to work. Well, my answer was, and they didn't like my answer, was, well, Middle Creek doesn't do it that way. When you get a blind from the initial drawing or from a no-show, it's all done by mail, emails. You don't have to go to the building. You only have to have somebody at the building after the time limit comes in to check in birds. You don't have to be there. You guys are choosing to be there to spin the little balls and look at everybody, and they say, well, they don't have a license. Well, that's what the game wardens are for. That's what the land managers are for. Go check them when they're in the blinds. Don't make sure everybody has this, that they got this and that and that. So don't tell me that we're tired of being here when you're making that decision to be there. That's your decision. Next, away from that, the turkey population. I'm a big turkey hunter. Up until the last 2 years, I got a gobbler, I will say the first, second day of the first week. The last 2 years, I haven't got a gobbler, and it's not like I'm not out there hunting every day. In that Northwest, I'm talking Crawford County. I don't see the turkeys. You know, I'm out there. I filed my reports prior to seeing turkeys, and unfortunately, from the hatch, I haven't seen any yet. I haven't seen any hens out there with their little ones. I don't have any to report, so I don't know what's in our specific area, what's happened, but the turkey population is down. Also, I'm a senior hunter, and I'd like to see the antler restriction go away. And I talked to some people beforehand. We've had that up there for how many years now? We've had that, this little corner of the Northwest. We got the 3 up. The whole rest of the state doesn't have the 3 up. My comment would be so for you, if you hunt deer, how would you like to start this year with the 3 up thing and not what you have now? That's going to make people upset. Why can't we at least be like the rest of the state? Why are we trying to grow big bucks up there? I mean, once again, I archery hunt, I muzzleloader, I rifle hunt. I couldn't tell you how many deer that I'm judging as being mature that have a great big Y and this. They're a 6-point. They're a very big rack 6-point. I can't shoot them. To my wife's thing, she's becoming a hunter now, and she says, man, I wish I could shoot one of those deer, but we can't. Either I know there was out there in the legislative side to take away the senior restrictions for the senior hunters, you know, because we can't see. But I just wish, I don't know why we're trying to grow big bucks up in there, why we can't be the same as the state. There are many bucks that I would have shot last year that had the Y that were a 6-point. You know, ours, I still say, you say 3 up, well, it's got to be an 8-point. It's got to be an 8-point. You know, but they don't, most of the time they have a brow tie. That's what I have to say about that. And I don't know how to word this correctly, but we lost our executive director to whatever reasons. I know he was called out by Representative Maloney. The only question I have on that is that I don't know how long that was going on. If any of you knew about that, why wasn't something said? Why did it have to come from him And then a short time after that, you know, he resigns. That's all I have. And Kristen, it's good to have you back. I will say the other thing too, the last thing is that the way the antlerless tags went for 1B, which is where I'm from, which is one of the ones that went out early, you're probably going to hear some from the non-residents who came up there and said, I can't get a doe tag. Last year, it took 22 days for it to be sold out. Okay, that was the one, even with the 1 week shorter, it took 22 days for it to be sold out. This year it sold out in 15. I know from talking to people that sold licenses, they had people in 1B that were coming in, well, you can buy a license today, you're getting a license. And they bought a 1B tag just because, oh, I can buy one. And then they came back on Thursday and said, well, I want to get my regular tag now. Well, no, you can't get it because you already bought a 1B tag. You have to wait till the 22nd to get the other one. So, I mean, there's, you know, that's 12 days that sold out before, earlier. And it's the same amount of tags. I mean, I got one as a resident. There's going to be a lot of non-residents that didn't get one because they were gone. They did extend, some non-residents did get them, but not to what they did last year. So, thank you for your time.
Dan Davila.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Dan Davila. I work with Randy Santucci. We have a Opening Day Sportsman Podcast, LLC, Facebook group that I don't need to go into it. Not really here to talk a whole lot about the Monday opener, just to kind of reiterate what has been taking place here in the last month and a half. Pretty substantial, a lot of changes. Pretty much my discussion today is about truth and consequence. Truth and consequence. Just like any other company or business, you know, there's things that take place. Some stuff that's good, some stuff that's not good. I'm not going to reiterate anything that you guys have had to endure with the movement of some personnel that has taken place. So that said, Randy Santucci sends his love, wishes he could be here, he's on vacation. Just to kind of go over the history of what's going on, we now have Sunday hunting bill that's been moved along, thanks to Senator Dan Laughlin. That bill's a little bit suspect. There's a couple things in there that are troubling. Number one, the dog retrieval. There's quite a few people that think that is a infringement of our constitutional rights as a property owner. So I don't know where that's going to go. And Executive Director Stephen Smith had his first interview or hearing with Anita Kulik and Dave Maloney and a few other people. And it was addressed, the white elephant in the room. This Monday thing isn't going away, which I said 4 years ago it wasn't going to go away. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for us. It was personal. We took it personal. And what I'm hoping doesn't happen, that it doesn't get the fair addressment that it needs to look at the facts and not spin anything like it has taken place in the last couple years. Like deer hunting sales are up based upon the Saturday opener, which was absolutely not correct. Was that particular year, there was numerous things that took place that affected the license sales. A couple things have been floated out to us, asking our opinions, which we appreciate. Number one, the north of 80 rule. For Monday, south of 80, Saturday. All I can say about that is ask the Fish and Game, ask the Fish Commission how that worked out for them on the trout opener. It was a disaster. We don't recommend that. Opening day on Sunday, absolutely not. Here's why. Pennsylvania has the largest Mennonite and Amish community in the United States. They all hunt. Like 80% of the men hunt. So I think you go right back into the frying pan, from the fire to the frying pan with that. In addition to that, you still have the personal bias of people that just aren't going to hunt Sunday. They have bought the NFL ticket, whatever, or religious reasons. They're just not going to hunt Sunday. So then the last thing that was floated out to us was that you're concerned for college students, which is a temporary situation. And I don't have a problem with you making that claim, in as much as that you would go back and do the homework as to, like, well, how many college students are we talking about? I happen to know, and I have quite a few in my family, my kids. Almost all of them bow hunt. So what are we talking about here? Nobody has the numbers to do it. In addition to that, if you're looking at youth participation, or as Senator Laughlin would call it, opportunity increases, there's no factual data to support any of it. We haven't seen it. And the issue is, and Stephen Smith knows this,
Dan, I'm
he
gonna have to-
inherited
Dan,
a number of things
Dan,
that are
is-
wrong here.
Dan, the red light is on. I'm going to have to cut you
Oh,
off.
okay. Okay, sorry. Anyway, let me just clarify that so I don't leave you hanging. Not a Stephen Smith issue. The issue is your IT department, your communications with the computers do not communicate together. So you can't get data from numbers. They have to do it by hand. So that's it. Thank you.
Next up, Mike Kreiner.
Thanks, everyone. Fortunately, I'm just going to read off of this to get it all in here. So here on behalf of the Pennsylvania Federation of Sportsmen and Conservationists, as I always say, it's an absolute honor for me to represent the PFSC in front of both the legislature and the esteemed commissions, such as the Pennsylvania Game Commission, Fish and Boat Commission. I take my role very seriously in trying to protect accessibility for our members to hunting, fishing, trapping, Second Amendment conservation opportunities. To make this happen, though, we need a strong and trusted partner, and partners such as the Fish and Boat Commission, DCNR, and the Game Commission. I'd be remiss if not mentioning that the Game Commission has some of the finest personnel, most of them sitting here today, that I've worked with ever since starting the Capitol in 1991. I have the pleasure now of interacting almost daily in the Capitol with Crescinda as a liaison, and also with Steve. Run into him more over at the Capitol than a lot of the lobbyists that are supposed to be there. So anyway, I think it's appreciated, and I think it's being recognized in the Capitol. I consider many of you as commissioners both personal and professional friends, some whom I'm just getting to know, though, and have an opportunity really to see here just at these board meetings. With that being said, it pains me to deliver the message I'm going to deliver here. The political missteps by both the commission and the commissioners continues to put the commission in political peril. The political strategy has been absolutely terrible. And quite honestly, I'm getting tired of having to repeat this. Strike one, the lack of a stated plan by the commission for the $500 million in the game fund back in late August of 2023 is what led to the Senate's action on trying to take $150 million from the game fund. It was not the commission or the board that put up the political fight to block that. It was the NGOs, some of the folks that are in the audience here, and the House members who helped to defend the game fund. The NGOs started pushing back in September of that year, asking for the commission's plan on what the funds were being used for. Not just for a quick spend of the plan, but also what would the formula be or the thought as far as how to preserve those dollars. The NGOs truly believe that for us to be seen as fair brokers on behalf of the commission and on behalf of our members, we have to just say more than just no. And so a long time has passed in September, and here we are. I've said at every board meeting that needs to happen, and we would like it to happen, and it hasn't. And so the question is why? This led to a horrendous Senate Appropriations Committee hearing in February of this year. The word takeover was mentioned in that hearing. It's not something that we as a group would love to hear. Strike two, the commission has had an opportunity to somewhat hit the reset button in late April with the hiring of Steve as executive director. I think Steve personally is a wonderful guy. I think the commission missed the mark on this. By putting in an acting title for just a period of time, even if you were intending to hire in the first or in eventually, would have given Steve the benefit of not having a bullseye on his back as he has had every day in the Capitol since. I've talked to some of you about this very issue, and there was an opportunity for a second actually putting him in as executive director as acting, and the decision was made not to do it. It was a terrible political mistake. And what has that resulted in? It's resulted in something in the Capitol called House Bill 2314. I would view that as a shot across the bow. Every session, there's 6,000 bills that are introduced. None of them work and get through a committee process within a 30-day period of time. That bill did, almost unanimously. It's a huge problem brought on by that terrible decision. Strike three, poor communication. I talk about this every time. We've seen a little bit of it today. The fact that the 9 commissioners get together this one time for public comment and don't even get a chance to respond to comments or questions, such as brought up earlier, I think is irresponsible. And you're missing an opportunity. I've talked to a lot of you individually about this, staff and commissioners. Individually, it's agreed to, but there's never action on it. There are many other ideas here and items that I can talk to you about later, but I don't want to get cut off. I want to hit my last point. I don't want to be here today and repeating myself when something that I think is obvious, and for whatever reason, no decisions are made on it. So here we are. The PFSC wants the commission and the board to recognize and respond to the current state of affairs. The House Game and Fish Committee, and I apologize, I'm finishing here. I know I'm going over. But the House Game and Fish Committee is holding public hearings in late August and early September on both the Monday and Saturday opener issue and the reform package on the Game Commission and the Board of Commissioners. It's game reform. We should have a plan in place before that. The PFSC would love to work, and other NGOs I've talked to, with the commission to make sure that we have a strong statement and response, and we can help defend you, and we want to be in lockstep with you, but we don't have anything to know what we're standing behind. And I think it's irresponsible of the board for that. Please take this pitch seriously. We want to have a strong commission.
Mike, I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up, please. Mike.
And I appreciate this being the one opportunity to talk to all the commissioners at one time. I've been asking for a coffee discussion, table discussion with all the commissioners. There doesn't have to be a reason for a sunshine rule violation for that. Please take our concerns seriously. Thank you.
Next up, John Bingaman.
Morning, guys. Welcome back, Kristen. Steve, thank you for doing what you're doing, and welcome to the helm. Even though this is your second meeting sitting in that chair, it's very, very relaxing to know that somebody knowledgeable as yourself is the head of the Game Commission. I wrote something today for you guys, but I'm really not going to read it to everybody. After formal discussions last night with a couple other NGOs, I decided to still give it to you, knowing where, or that you guys know where our position is. By lowering the mentored youth age down to 4 or 5, start talking about the implementation, start talking about bringing in semi-automatic rifles in for big game, with restrictions involved in that, and then also bringing the fall rifle turkey back. Now we know that 22% of the hunters in the fall used fall turkeys, and they accounted for 33% of the kill. But there are even 410s now that are shooting 80, 90 yards. So with the different ammunitions we have out now, we feel that we possibly can do that as long as the hatch is good using science-based wildlife management. But I'd like to follow up on kind of what Mike Kreiner was saying. We want to help you. We want to stand behind you, and we do. But when we go to the Capitol building, a lot of times we don't have an answer, and we don't always need an answer. Sometimes the answer is to revert back to Crescenda or to Steve or to one of you guys. I think it's very important that we rally behind you as well as you guys rally behind us. I texted Steve last night asking for a possible meeting coming up. BHA, PFSC, Hush occasionally, Hunter Nation, and the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau has been meeting now the past few months and talking about specific things that we can do to help you guys move the commission forward, keep the takeover, as Mike talked about, from happening. That's the last thing that any one of us want to see. You guys are in control of it, and we need to make sure that you guys know what we're talking about or what you guys need to be pushed out there, or how can we introduce you guys to certain people to make sure that you guys can do the talking for yourself. Prime example was at the Legislative Cigar Social. You know, a few of you were there, and we made sure that you guys got in front of some key people at that event. We're not asking for a lot, but I think a sit down with your respective partners and your stakeholders is important. I'll leave you guys with that. If we can do this meeting, sooner than later is better, all 9 of you, and we need to have a plan in place, because I do not want them, BHA does not want them, PFSC does not want them to come after you. You guys are volunteers, and it does not need to happen that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the public comment. That concludes our morning session. We're going to adjourn, and we'll reconvene back here at 1 p.m. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting of the commissioners for July. The portion of the meeting now, we're in the business meeting and formal agenda. So, Cree, would you like to continue on with the agenda? Oh, wait, excuse me. Roll call. We did the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, so we're going to do a roll call. Ellen, if you'd like to do the roll call of commissioners.
President Fedora,
Here.
Vice President Fredericks,
Here.
Secretary DeMarco, here. Commissioner Connect,
Here.
Commissioner Mittrick,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Commissioner Pride,
Here.
Commissioner Sankey,
Here.
Commissioner Swallow,
Here.
all present.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, the next item is the approval of the minutes of the commission meeting held April 13th and May 13th, 2024.
So moved.
We have
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Secretary, do you want to call the vote?
All those in favor, please signify by saying yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Mr. President, yes
Yep, thank you, Commissioner.
carries.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Cree, if you want to go ahead and do the first proposed rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first item for consideration can be found on page 2 of your agendas and is a proposed rulemaking that comes from the Bureau of Wildlife Management. Based on current scientific findings and changes to accepted nomenclature, the Commission is proposing to amend Section 133.21 to update the common and scientific names of northern goshawk to American goshawk on the Commonwealth's list of endangered birds. Formerly considered a single species, goshawks in Europe and North America were split into separate species in the 64th supplement to the American Ornithological Society's checklist of North American birds due to genetic and behavioral differences. The European species, northern goshawk, retained the original common and scientific names, and the North American species, American goshawk, received new common and scientific names. These changes do not affect protection or management of goshawks within this Commonwealth, but update Pennsylvania's list to reflect the current taxonomic resolution of each species, maintaining the agency's science-based approach to wildlife management.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion and a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the subject.
One point of clarification, if I can.
Yes.
Matthew, making sure that I'm reading this correctly, and just for clarification from discussions earlier, the species that is in Europe is only in Europe, and then the species now that we have two nesting pairs of here in North America is only in North America. So they are geographically separate populations and separate species. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Do we have other questions or comments? Okay. Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote, please?
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Mr. President, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 3 of your agendas and is also a proposed rulemaking from the Bureau of Wildlife Protection. The Pennsylvania Falconry and Hawk Trust approached the Commission with a request to decrease the Commonwealth's minimum age eligibility threshold for a general class falconry permit from 18 years of age to 16 years of age. Under 50 CFR Section 21.82, federal regulations set the minimum age eligibility threshold at 16 years of age. While states cannot go below this threshold, they can raise the threshold higher. Pennsylvania historically maintained the minimum age eligibility threshold for a general class falconry permit at 18 years of age. The Commission has not identified a significant biological or safety concern that would necessitate maintaining the 18 years of age threshold. As a result, the Commission is proposing to amend Section 147.103 to decrease the minimum age eligibility threshold for a general class falconry permit from 18 years of age to 16 years of age.
Do we have a motion on the item?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion, please. Okay, Jason, anything to add? I don't have anything to add. Okay.
I'll add to that real
Sure,
quick,
Kristen.
if I may. I think this is another really good example of public comment that's resulting in an agenda item before us today. In my first term as commissioner, we had a very similar situation that resulted in adding waterfowl to our Mentor Youth Hunting Program. Just because we had public that asked for it, we went through Mr. Dukoski's bureau and said, man, this just makes sense. And now we've got kids out there, young kids out there hunting waterfowl. So I'm looking forward to this being another example right along those lines.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, if there's no further discussion, Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote, please?
Those in favor of the proposal, please signify by saying yes.
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 Opposed, the same, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 5 of your agendas and is an adopted rulemaking from the Bureau of Wildlife Protection. To effectively manage the wildlife resources of this Commonwealth, the Commission, at its April 13th, 2024 meeting, amended Section 147.805 to allow a mentor to accompany up to 3 of any combination of mentored youth or mentored adults at a time. This maximum limit of 3 would also include any junior hunter present and otherwise requires accompaniment by the mentor under Section 2711A8 of the Code when the person is also serving as a mentor. This change will not expand the 1 lawful hunting device limit for mentored youth, but it will allow mentored adults and junior hunters to possess their own hunting implement while accompanied by a common mentor. This amendment is now before the Commission for final adoption.
Do we have a motion on this amendment? So moved. We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion or comments? Okay, I'd just like to thank everybody for bringing this forward. It's a big win for our mentored program, and appreciate the effort in putting this together. Anything else? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote, please.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 8 of your agenda and comes from the Bureau of Wildlife Habitat Management. The Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, Inc. is offering for sale 195 more or less acres of land in Cool Spring Township, Mercer County, adjoining State Game Land Number 294. The offer is contingent upon WPC successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $160,000 lump sum, with the game fund obligation limited to $40,000, and the remaining $120,000 funded through a Section 6 non-traditional grant. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to the funding sources. While mostly wetland, a portion contains forested wetlands and reverting farmland. Otter Creek flows through the property, as well as an unnamed tributary to Otter Creek. A Pennsylvania Natural Diversity Inventory review indicates the presence of a federally endangered species in the vicinity of this property. Acquiring this property will fill in gaps between 2 separate tracts of State Game Land Number 294. Access is from East Cornell Road and Tate Road.
Thank you, Cree. Do we have a motion on this item?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like the record to reflect that due to my association with the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, I'll need to recuse on this vote.
Noted, Commissioner Fredericks. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote, please? Go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 10 of your agendas. The Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, Inc. is offering for sale 660 more or less acres of land in Cherry and Clay Townships, Butler County, adjoining State Game Land Number 95. The offer is contingent upon WPC successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $1,165,344 lump sum, with $291,336 being paid from the Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. The remaining $874,008 will be funded through a Section 6 grant. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to this funding source. The property is mostly forested. Findlay Run flows through the property, as well as an unnamed tributary to Slippery Rock Creek. A Pennsylvania Natural Diversity Inventory review indicates the presence of a federally endangered species in the vicinity of this property. A heron rookery located on a freshwater pond on the property provides a unique wildlife habitat feature. Access is via Pry Road, West Sunbury Road, Kuzma Road, and Wolford Road.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion?
Mr. President, again, due to my association with the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, I request the record show that I recuse from this vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Fredericks. Other discussion or comments on this property?
Yeah, real quickly, so this is our second acquisition of the day, and both of them, I think, have shown PNDI hits for federally listed endangered species within the vicinity of that property, and I think that's a testament to your folks and how they are really putting a laser focus on where they can acquire properties that make sense within our strategic plan for wildlife value. You know, it's not just a willy-nilly land grab here and there. I mean, for us as a state agency, with the responsibilities that we have for wildlife, to look the other way when an opportunity like this presents itself would be a miss on our part. So, man, what an opportunity. Thank you.
And if I could add, Commissioner, thank you for those comments. I think you'll note the last two acquisitions reference a Section 6 grant. That is Section 6 of the Endangered Species Act. This is the first time we've applied for and been granted funds through that source, and a testament to our new land acquisition specialist attending some training with the feds, being made aware, working with partners, and getting those funds to make these acquisitions possible. It's as you mentioned, it's really that laser focus of what we should be doing as an agency, and take great pride in that. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote?
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 12 of your agendas. The Nature Conservancy is offering 1,153 more or less acres of land in Northampton Township, Somerset County, near State Game Land Number 82. The offer is contingent upon TNC successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The Game Commission committed to providing up to $1,875,000 towards the acquisition and applied to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service for the use of Pittman-Robertson funds to acquire the property. The required 25% state match for the PR grant will come from the Game Fund. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to the funding sources. The property contains critical and unique habitat, including the headwaters of Brush Creek, a high-quality cold water fishery. The property is also within the Allegheny Front Important Bird Area. Access is from Ackerman Road. The Commission must provide the United States Fish and Wildlife Service award amount to the Nature Conservancy from the Commission's restricted revenue account set up through Treasury for other cost-sharing funds, and then directly accept the federal reimbursement amount back into the restricted revenue account. This has the double benefit of being efficient, as well as ensuring federal dollars can be tracked directly to the acquisition project as intended by the Fish and Wildlife Service. The net effect to the restricted revenue account or the Game Fund is $0. To accomplish this, the Commission must approve the use of the restricted revenue account, payment from the account, and the subsequent acceptance of the federal Pittman-Robertson funds to be deposited into the account.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is seconded. Discussion on the item? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
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 Opposed? No. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 14 of your agendas. George C. Booth is offering 10 more or less acres of land in Buffington Township, Indiana County, an indenture to State Game Land Number 79. The option price is $6,500 lump sum to be paid from the Game Fund. This parcel is an indenture to the State Game Land, and therefore the Commission may exceed $400 per acre under Section 705B of the Game and Wildlife Code. Access is through existing State Game Land Number 79.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
I just have one question. Who owns that
Yes.
small piece of tract that's left in the middle?
Yeah, that's another private in-holding there. And I would say also that this property was brought to light with an acquisition that we had done at a previous meeting with another larger interior there. And the commissioners had asked us at that time, are we pursuing, these other smaller indentures? And indeed we are. We're willing to work with landowners to try to close out any of those types of situations where we have them.
Thank you. Thank you for that work, Dave.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 16 of your agendas. Bingaman and Son Lumber, Inc. is offering 1,747 more or less acres of land in the city of St. Mary's, Elk County, adjoining State Game Land Number 14. The option price is $3,275,625 lump sum. The Open Space Institute awarded the Commission a $400,000 land trust grant to be used towards the purchase. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation will contribute $710,000, and the Nature Conservancy will contribute $100,000. The remaining balance of $2,065,625 will be paid from the Commission's restricted account representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. Bingaman and Son Lumber will retain a 10-year timber reservation on the property, subject to a management agreement. All subsurface rights were accepted and reserved by prior owners. This property is in the core of the Elk Range and is the headwaters landscape of numerous tributaries to high-quality trout streams. Access is from State Route 120.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I have a question about the timber arrangement. Is there some kind of arrangement already set up, or?
So there is, it references a management agreement along with that 10-year timber reservation. Bingaman and Son has been a phenomenal partner in this project that has spanned a couple years now. If you remember back to September, we acquired the 650 acres immediately to the north of this piece. That was, again, part of the similar arrangement. That was phase 1. This is phase 2. While they retain the rights to harvest timber in the agreement, we are working through a 10-year plan with them so that we can get in ahead of time, conduct herbicide operations to eliminate invasive vegetation, to ensure that the regenerating habitat is to our desired condition. We've also retained all the conifer species and some of the soft mast producing species. And while we were actually on a site visit with the folks from the Open Space Institute, we observed an area in there about 300 acres that had native tamarack, native red pine, hemlock, white pine, and a really unique palustrin conifer forest that will be intact. They will not be harvesting through those areas. So they're going to maintain some riparian buffer areas for us. And they've already been partnering with our field staff to set the plan for how we would manage this in the future should you all approve of this action.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dave?
Yeah, real quick. 1,747 acres that has an option price of just over 3.2 million, and you brought together partners that reduced our cost by 1.2 million.
There's a lot of interest in this.
Can you expand on that just a little bit? Kind of tell us how that came to fruition.
So there's how this whole project started. The phase 1 to phase 2 was actually Bingaman and Son Lumber approached the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and said, we're interested in acquiring this 2,000 plus acre tract of land. We don't want to hold the land in perpetuity, and we would really like to see it end up in the Game Commission's hands. Can you help us in that endeavor? So Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation kind of became the linchpin to help us start building partnerships. I'll also note immediately to the south of the yellow-colored property here is a large piece of property that is under an easement by the Nature Conservancy. So more conserved land directly to the south. That's why the Nature Conservancy has an interest in this. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, obviously, because Game Lands 14 was the stronghold of the last of our elk herd that repopulated the state decades ago. So this is a really high-profile spot. The Open Space Institute was very interested in protecting the conservation value of this high elevation headwaters as a functioning, sustainable forest habitat into the future. So lots of partners with converging interests and everybody willing to pony up some money to be able to make this happen. So just a true testament to partners working together that all have their own specific interests that can converge in one place and time.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote, please?
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 18 of your agendas. Dennis J. Dobish is offering 7 more or less acres of land in Beccaria Township, Clearfield County, adjacent to State Game Land number 60. The option price is $7,000 lump sum to be paid from the Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. This parcel contains critical and unique riparian habitat. All subsurface rights were accepted and reserved by prior owners. Access is through existing state game land number 60.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the item?
I'd just like to say it's called Beccaria.
That is correct.
My apologies.
Thank you, Commissioner Sankey. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call for a vote, please.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 20 of your agendas. The estate of Mary Ann Kitco is offering 7.25 more or less acres of land in Beccaria Township, Clearfield County, adjacent to state game land number 60. The option price is $7,250 lump sum to be paid from the Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. Access is through existing state game land number 60.
Do we have a motion on the item?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Further discussion or questions?
Yeah, why did we care about this one? I mean, just from looking at it, it is a very long linear piece. There's got to be value in there that you don't see when you look at that map.
So the other thing that you don't see is if you flip back to the previous page and then flip to this page, the northernmost tip of the previous acquisition fills in that space that you can see in this one. And I think the important part of this is it appears that that's an old railroad grade that could potentially be turned into something else, some sort of a trail, some sort of use that could potentially impact wildlife habitat on that game lands. So by acquiring this, we basically protect any undesirable interfering development from occurring against our wildlife habitat lands.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Secretary, would you call the vote, please?
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 22 of your agendas. Russell Howard LLC is offering 210.4 more or less acres of land in Howard Township, Center County, adjacent to state game land number 323. The option price is $600,000 lump sum to be paid from the game fund. The parcel provides access to the existing state game lands and therefore may exceed $400 per acre under Section 705B of the Game and Wildlife Code. This parcel will improve property integrity and manageability by providing critical access to game lands and adjacent partner lands that are open to hunting. Access is from State Route 26.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussions or questions, please? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 24 of your agendas. The Nature Conservancy is offering 578.1 more or less acres of land in Logan and Frankstown Township, Blair County, near state game land number 166. The option price is $575,000 lump sum to be paid from the Game Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. This property contains unique habitat that will benefit several species of greatest conservation need. This property will be managed to provide high-quality grouse habitat. Access is from Fire Tower Road.
Do we have a motion, please?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions or discussions on this item?
Scott, I have a question.
Yes.
Dave, for this, with this property, who are the owners of the property in between 166 and this?
Between 166 and this?
Yeah, those surrounding properties.
I can get that information for you. I don't have it readily in front of me.
Okay, so those are just privately owned, though?
Oh, yeah, they're privately owned, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 26 of your agendas. The Nature Conservancy is offering 504 more or less acres of land in Middle Paxton Township, Dauphin County, adjoining State Game Land Number 211. The offer is contingent upon TNC successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $2 million lump sum to be paid from the game fund. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to the funding sources. The parcel will be used to access existing landlocked state game lands and therefore may exceed $400 per acre under Section 705B of the Game and Wildlife Code. This parcel will improve property integrity and manageability by providing critical access to a remote portion of State Game Land 211. Access is from Cemetery Road.
And we have a motion on this item.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? Any discussion? Yes, sir.
I can offer just
Sorry, Dave.
No, it's okay. I can offer just a couple additional points of interest. I mean, this is almost within sight of the building we're in right now. You can literally see the nose of the mountain here from the Capitol downtown in Harrisburg. So this is close to a population center. There's 14 species of greatest conservation need that pop up on here, including bald eagles that frequent the point of this mountain. That's the Susquehanna River and the steep slopes above. Although it looks like this parcel of where it says SGL 211 on the map, it looks like there's a connection between that and the rest of that orange piece going to the east. It's really not. It's cut off by private ownership. So we've long had a problem accessing and managing that piece of game lands. So this is really a unique opportunity for us. Once again, working with a great partner that's bringing significant funds to the table to try to get this land in conservation.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the long-term plan of this area, given its proximity to population center. Is there any plans to make it more of an educational space or something along those lines?
It certainly has a lot of those opportunities, that being so close to population, being so accessible right here from Harrisburg. There's already the hiking trails and things like that that go up the mountain in that area. So I think there's certainly lots of opportunity to work with our folks in our Wildlife Recovery Division to talk about things like peregrines that frequent the cliffs along the river, things like bald eagles. There's certainly tremendous opportunity there with a tract like this, for sure.
So for my drive home today, where is this in relationship to the Statue of Liberty?
Can you see it?
Due east.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's not, it's not far from there, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So before I get there, I need
So when you
to
get to
look
the
right.
Statue of Liberty, look to the right.
Look right, okay.
It's up that, right there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
And those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 28 of your agendas. The Natural Lands Trust, Inc. is offering 72.69 more or less acres of land in East Penn Township, Carbon County, adjacent to State Game Land Number 217. The offer is contingent upon NLT successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $324,666.67 lump sum to be paid from the Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to the funding sources. This acquisition protects critical and unique habitat of the Kittatinny Ridge, a globally important bird area. Access is from Hoffman Road.
Do we have a motion? And a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussions or questions on this? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 30 of your agendas. The Natural Lands Trust, Inc. is offering 139.44 more or less acres of land in Heidelberg Township, Lebanon County, and Elizabeth Township, Lancaster County, near State Game Land Number 46. The offer is contingent upon Natural Lands successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $86,000 lump sum to be paid from the Commission's restricted account, representing funds from third-party commitments for compensation of habitat and recreational losses which occurred on state game lands from previously approved projects. Acquisitions using this account may exceed $400 per acre. Natural Lands' acquisition of this property is contingent upon them receiving funding through the United States Fish and Wildlife Service Highlands Conservation Act. Covenants, conditions, and restrictions associated with this funding will be required to accept the property. This game land is heavily used by hunters and non-hunters, and this acquisition would increase the opportunity for these groups to enjoy outdoor, wildlife-related recreational pursuits. Access is a 50-foot right-of-way from Furnace Hills Pike. Because the HCA funds are payable to the Commonwealth only as a reimbursement, the Commonwealth determined the most expeditious way to move forward is for the Commission to accept a subaward for the federal funds from DCNR, provide the HCA award amount to Natural Lands from the Commission's restricted revenue account, set up through Treasury for other cost-sharing funds, and then directly accept the HCA federal reimbursement amount back into the restricted revenue account. This has the double benefit of being efficient as well as ensuring federal dollars can be tracked directly to the acquisition project as intended by the HCA. The net effect to the restricted revenue account or the game fund is $0. To accomplish this, the Commission must approve the use of the restricted revenue account, payment from the account, and the subsequent acceptance of the federal HCA funds to be deposited into the account.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion on this item.
I have a question about the right-of-way. Is that by itself and single, or is that part of the transaction?
It's part of the transaction.
So dovetailing on that, if this is indeed a heavily utilized area for, hunting, et cetera, is there areas to park back in there? Or are we thinking potentially a parking lot being established? Like what are you thinking?
You can see an open area back in there in the map. So there's opportunities for access in that way. So there's the right-of-way to get back there, and certainly with our Habitat crews and their ingenuity, we can find a place to park vehicles in there.
Perfect.
One thing else I would note as well, if you take note of our commitment of funding to this, it's less than $1,000 an acre. Has anybody tried to buy land in Lebanon or Lancaster County for less than $1,000 an acre? I think that's a testament to our partners and what they can bring to the table. You might imagine the appraisal price on a property like this down there is north of $2 million. So for our partners to be able to come in and take our share of that for the sportsman down to $86,000 is a pretty monumental lift. And we appreciate Natural Lands being part of this and helping us out with this.
And the complexity of, for the compliance for the funding, the complexity that you went through to get this done, so thank you.
It is, yeah. We've got great partners and a great staff internally that you know, understand the mechanics of how to make the funds flow so that they are accountable, trackable, and everything's transparent.
Right. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this track? Okay, if not, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item for consideration can be found on page 32 of your agendas. The Natural Lands Trust, Inc. is offering 6.6 more or less acres of land in Nakamixon Township, Bucks County, an indenture to State Game Land number 56. The offer is contingent upon Natural Lands successfully closing on its acquisition of the property. The option price is $23,000 lump sum to be paid from the game fund. The property will be subject to deed restrictions pursuant to the funding sources. The parcel is an indenture to State Game Land number 56, and therefore the Commission may exceed $400 per acre under Section 705B of the Game and Wildlife Code. Access is through existing State Game Land number 56.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So move.
Motion, do we have
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion? Dave?
I could add a couple comments
Sure.
again. I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking in this meeting here, but because we've got a lot going on. You know, this is what transaction number 12 of 13 here. I think a theme that you're seeing through all of these is partners, partners, and more partners. 9 of these transactions involve partners bringing both money and services to the table. We've got the Natural Lands, we've got Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the list goes on. And it's just a testament to the willingness of folks to see our mission and value our mission as an agency and what we provide not only to the sportsmen but to the Commonwealth citizens and people wanting to be a part of that mission. And we couldn't be more appreciative of that. So I just wanted to say, as we kind of get done with the lands acquisition parts of things here, that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. So
Thank you, and the commissioners would like to thank all the partners as well. So thank them on our behalf.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to say thank you for acknowledging that. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, we didn't have that kind of cooperation from conservation partners. And as the years go by, I mean, it just continues to grow. And, you know, thank you for mentioning that, and thank you and your staff for making the effort to work with all these partners, and obviously thank the partners. Hope it continues to grow. It's awesome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Secretary, call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item can be found on page 34 of your agendas. Westpath Benefits and Investments, joined by the General Board of Global Ministries of the United Methodist Church, are offering their combined 1/2 interest in 2,271.3 more or less acres of subsurface oil, gas, and mineral real estate located in and under State Game Land number 66. The option price is $2,300,000 $384,865 lump sum to be paid from the game fund. At present, the Commission has no ownership interest in the offered subsurface estate. State Game Land Number 66 is notable for its scenic and ecological diversity. By acquiring this interest in the subsurface estate, the Commission will have greater control over surface impacts on any possible future resource development efforts that would impact the unique habitat on the game lands. The purchase of outstanding rights, such as timber, minerals, oil, gas, or other purposes, may exceed $400 per acre under Section 705C of the Game and Wildlife Code.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Or questions?
I have a question. Who
Yes.
owns the other half of the subsurface rights?
They're privately held in another ownership.
Somebody else owns them.
Somebody else owns them, correct.
Dave, does this give us the ability to control where the disturbance on the surface is?
Indeed, it would.
Okay.
Currently, if this other 50% was to be leased by the current owners, in conjunction with the other 50% that's privately held, they could force potentially surface development on the game land surface without our ability to really stop it.
Okay.
We could certainly partner with the entity and try to mitigate it. But since we have the surface, by adding this 50% interest, any development activity that would occur would then be under our control of how that would be impacting our surface or not.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
The last item for consideration can be found on page 36 of your agendas. JKLM Energy, LLC of Sewickley, Pennsylvania, requested the Commission offer its oil and gas rights under portions of State Game Land Number 37 for non-surface use development. The proposed tract, containing approximately 3,458.98 more or less net acres, is located in Tioga Township, Tioga County. JKLM will access the 3,458.98 acre reserves from its current and planned drilling operations on adjacent areas off State Game Land 37 by horizontal drilling with no additional surface use or disturbance to State Game Land Number 37. The Commission negotiated the proposed terms of the agreement with JKLM to prudently develop the Commission's oil-gas reserve and simultaneously protect the wildlife resources and recreational use of State Game Land Number 37. The terms of the agreement are a 10-year paid-up non-surface use oil and gas agreement, a $3,000 per net oil and gas acre bonus payment, and a 16.5% royalty for all oil, gas, and other liquids or condensates produced and sold from the proposed tract. The bonus payment will be made in annual installments in the first 3 years of the primary term, with 34% due the first year, 33% due the second year, and 33% due the third year. The total bonus to be paid will be $10,376,940, forgive me. The first payment of $3,528,159.60 will be due within 60 days of execution of the agreement. The second and third installments will be due annually on the anniversary dates of the agreement. All bonus and rental payments will be deposited into the Commission's restricted account for the future purchase of wildlife habitats, lands, or other uses incidental to hunting, fur taking, and wildlife resource management. Future royalties owed to the Commission will be deposited into the Game Fund. Oil and gas development will be regulated by the Commonwealth's oil and gas regulations and the Commission's non-surface use oil and gas cooperative agreement.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved. Second.
Motion and second. Open for discussion and questions or comments.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
Dave, do you care to comment on the royalty rate of 16.5%? What's up with that? Is that
That's
in
we-
line?
Yes, we believe that's in line and certainly fair for that area. You know, as you're all aware, different parts of the shale gas plays are proven to be more highly productive versus less productive. So royalty rates and bonus payments are often reflective of that potential productivity. And in analysis of this area, we went back and forth with JKLM Energy several times, looking at their initial proposals, talking to them about our perspectives and what we believed it was worth, and then coming back to us again with some revised numbers. And we feel very strongly that this is a very, very good deal for us, that the royalty percentages are in line and the bonus is more than fair.
Terrific, thank you. Great explanation, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Mr. Secretary, please call the vote.
Those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. Mr. President, the motion carries.
Thank you.
What?
Okay, thank you for attending. Excuse me, before we adjourn, is there any other new business to come before the commission? Okay, hearing none. Oh, yes, Commissioner Pedro.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Where'd you go?
Dave?
Hey, you can answer from there. Anything on the Bitcoin farm thing? Any?
We've developed a very good working relationship with the company that has that facility. They've been conducting noise studies and are working towards implementing sound mitigation under a permit requirement from DEP. We've been conducting quarterly or semi-annual meetings with that company and have started to build a much better relationship or cooperative, relationships and working together.
So we're making progress.
Making great progress, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other new business to come before the board?
Scott, I just have
Yes.
a comment. I mean, given where we are here on the calendar with licenses, license sales underway, I just want to make a comment that, one, to recognize the staff and what they've done with the improved process of what I think we've all seen this year in terms of the online license sales. I mean, I know there's always hiccups, but from everything I've seen and heard, things went, fairly, if not very smoothly. So just want to make mention, and I think the next round opens up, if I'm correct, July 22nd.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner Pride. Yes, vast improvement, and thank you for all the dedication and planning, and it'll continue to get better, so we very much appreciate it, but thank you, Commissioner Pride, for recognizing that.
What will we do with
Yes.
nobody being able to complain about the license sales? I mean,
Is that an open-ended question? Okay. If no other new business, our next commissioner meeting will be September 20th, Friday, and September 21st, Saturday. And with that, the July meeting will stand adjourned. Thank you all.